Doge is coming down hard.
What's happening, ladies and gentlemen? tametheark here. Hope you guys are doing good. Having a good trading day. Ugh, what a day we've had so far. So, man, 70K gang disappeared. Any 70K gang in YouTube chat? You guys waiting for 70K or 40K?
70.
You're waiting for 70K? What are you going to do at 70K? You're going to take profits, break even, or go long at 70K?
I'm gonna buy.
Okay. Let me end this poll. Dude, you guys will not believe this poll on YouTube. 50-50. Come on. One more person vote. This is crazy. Dude, I didn't think the poll would be this even. 305 people voted. Wow, this is crazy. Let's end this poll. Look at this poll. 50-50. They're basically 50-50 on this poll. That's wild. I didn't think it'd be that even. That right there shows me undecisive. Retail doesn't know where to go. Half are right, half are wrong. It could go 40,000 and 100,000 in the same 1 second candle, depending on how crazy things get, by the way. Anybody on voice chat think we'll go to 100,000 before 40,000 or vice versa? Which one makes more sense? It's cheaper for them to liquidate all. Oh man, Elon's active on Twitter. It's cheaper for them to liquidate the high leverage longs and low leverage longs all the way down than it is to push Bitcoin to 100,000. Because they try to push Bitcoin to 100,000. The only way they're doing that is lowering the liquidity. They would have to pull out liquidity, do some market buys, but by the time they add that liquidity back, it's disgusting.
I Doge back up at 20.
So Slim, are you more bullish on Bitcoin or Doge here?
Doge more than Bitcoin. I mean, I don't really know. I don't have too many feelings about Bitcoin.
Yeah, I think if people just trade Doge over the year, they'll be good. I'm trying to bait Elon right now on Twitter. Full disclosure. I'm trying to bait Elon on Twitter with my tweets. Let's look at the tweet real quick that I'm trying to bait him in. So I keep putting this picture when he tweets. I keep asking people, what's Elon's favorite type of wood? And I just say dogwood. Call this piece of wood look like a dog. So every time he tweets, I put in this picture. Maybe one time he'll see it. So I'll give you guys an update while I'm here on voice chat. From my mind. Just my opinion. Let's look over here at my chart. Did Bitcoin go back into the green range? Yes. Did it fall out of the red range? Yes. So if people got it in the very beginning of the green range, sold it in the red range, that's about 6% up to, about 6% to 4% on average. Maybe that one time you could have got that 9% and got lucky, but it's about 6% profits from this green range to this red range, even though we're going to go down to about 40,000 or vice versa. Shorting it up here, closing your shorts down here, vice versa. but we bounced back in the green range. We were already out by 1.85%. We liquidate these longs. That's another 6%. So this is actually pretty decent for the people scalping and trading right here. I think the 60K to 64K range is a very acceptable scalping for the last set of these candles. And that's about 4 days. So pretty good, pretty good. You guys saw me do a strategy one time. I traded on YouTube. Right after crypto bled one time, I was doing Theo, the theoretical trader, and I earned about $10,000 that night. What did I wait for? I waited for a big falling knife, and then I traded in a range, in and out, in and out, in and out. I did that for like a few hours, and I turned like 2,000 to 10,000 just in a few hours, trading in a range like this. So when Bitcoin was at 67,000 the other day, I already had this range pre-drawn for a scalp idea down here for Bitcoin, and it's been playing pretty well so far for the last few days. But as we get closer to the halving, there are going to be some miners that probably start selling their Bitcoin and mining equipment, and as they're taking their profits, they're going to set those lower buy limits, and that will pull liquidity as well. I don't think exchanges are getting a lot of liquidity right before the halving for Bitcoin because it's very expensive. Oh, Sir Dojo the Coin trying to bait Elon as well. Good job, good job. Let me put the dog tweet on here as well. I think a dog tweet thread would be funny. Bunch of dog memes. Do you guys want to see the RSI levels in MACD, see if we cool down any? We can do that real quick. Let's go to Bitcoin on the weekly. I already know the answer, but I want to share a few. This is what the weekly looks like. Super bearish. We were bullish down here around 15.5 to 16K, super bullish. I was like one of the most vocals down here. You can play back the streams. And the people that were most vocal about being bullish up here, I don't see them in YouTube chat as much or on the voice chat stuff, but they were most vocal at 70K. We're already down over 10%. We already had a $10,000 drop. But I was the most vocal down here, bullish down here. And down here, there's people, you play back the same audio, they were bearish down here. Thought we would go lower. So even from the bottom down here, green lots to about 42K, 43K, that's still 171%. But here's the catch. Here's the catch. This is my Bitcoin chart. We're going to zoom in on Bitcoin, focus predominantly on Bitcoin for a minute here. When you see this chart, you see this moving average at 43,700 and the 200 EMA down at 30,000. You can kind of guess that in between this range, at the area where Bitcoin picks up the largest bullish momentum, it's going to go in between there. And if you measure this, currently it's about 44%. So you just do half of that, about 22%. And 22% is down to 37,781. Is that above or below 40K? Below. That's below 40K. So 40K is very realistic here. It's happened before. It could happen again. We've been under $40,000 for Bitcoin for over 800 days across the chart, different days. And if you look right here, we've been above, like, Bitcoin 378 days from this green block was under the 40K for 378 days. We've only really been above 40K. You combine this data, and we had this big drop down as well. But from the last push up, it's been over 77 days. But things, people take profits. And if you look over here at the RSI, before this weekly RSI comes all the way down and cools down and gets completely oversold, the price will cross under this moving average. And this moving average, short term, will cross under the long term moving average and will be below 29,000. I was just expecting 40,000 before 420. I mentioned that's a very conservative number. Price could go down much lower for Bitcoin. It could really go much lower, especially if there's liquidity being pulled while the price is dropping. And you look at the MACD over here. The light green means we're losing bullish momentum. The green, dark green, we had bullish momentum. So if you look at the area where we started losing that green, dark green, and going light green, it's also the week after we never made another high. So some of the good times to sell was 64K up to 69, 70K. Some of the best short entries was between 71,000 and 69,000. I've had multiple shorts above 69,000 that played out very well, especially on the copy trade and my personal accounts. But by the time this MACD comes down and finishes losing bullish momentum, we're going to start picking up bearish momentum. And what does that look like? It looks like this. So last time Bitcoin was in all-time highs in 2021, we started picking up bearish momentum just a few weeks after. And look what happened. Price was similar to what we see here. It is pretty similar. And then that's when it really started bleeding hard and it fell down under 29,000, 30,000. So 30,000, 40,000 still up in this upper range. When you zoom in like this, it's still in the upper range for Bitcoin. Like this lower range is down here under 25,000. This is that lower range, 25,000. 40,000 still in that upper range. From 40 to 80, that's still an upper range. We haven't hit 80,000, but 40,000 still up there. So the MACD is still not cooled down. RSI is still not cooled down. And I just want to highlight this. We're gonna screenshot all this together, and now I'll take a screenshot real quick. The weekly chart for you guys curious. This is your weekly Bitcoin chart. My last big weekly Bitcoin chart actually had the red block, by the way. I didn't draw any red blocks on weekly until Bitcoin crossed above 69,000, started coming down. That's on another chart. Like these chart channels are crazy. I'll pop it up on the if you're in a Discord, you check that red block. Let's see real quick. So right here, this was the Bitcoin weekly red block at 69,481. Current price is almost $7,000 lower than that. And we had a lot of red blocks during that time. AMD, Nvidia, MicroStrategy. MicroStrategy red block came in before, like 19 something. This was a red block on MicroStrategy over $1,900. I think it's like 1905. It is around the time where I put MicroStrategy stock in the top right where Ethereum ticker normally is. Tame token's been outperforming Bitcoin, Ethereum, Doge, HETS, Pulse Chain. And back on the 10th of April, we had this TA chart, the diving board for Bitcoin, Ethereum, Doge, trampoline for HETS. They're all down though. I still think HETS will bounce up to 0.02 range. That's about 2 cents. That'd be over 10 times from where we're currently at. Less than 10 times from this price. Doge, the diving board goes down to 0.85, Bitcoin 40,000, Ethereum 2,200. And look at those prices at this day. Price is significantly lower. We guys got to stay away from scalping the tops in the future. You guys got to stop getting mad at me when I try to warn you about scalping the tops in the future as well if you're not ready for it. Some people took it personally. Don't take it personally. I'm just trying to help you guys. I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but when I see some of your trades and you're scalping, you're going along at 70,000 when that weekly and daily overbought, and I got news that we're coming down. I don't want you to get wrecked. Mm-hmm. So we're losing bullish momentum. We're overbought. Shit. So this is updated Bitcoin weekly chart. I'll throw this in the chart channel as well. Just an update on the weekly chart. Is there anybody here that went long at $70,000 on Bitcoin and made profits, got out, and then you're waiting for a lower dip to re-enter? I've got a lot of messages. People, they told me they made the mistake of over leveraging at the top up there on Bitcoin, hoping for a quick scalp, and they got stuck. And now they're trying to get out of it. You might want to ask the people that got you in that position to help you get out of that position. Very risky to go long above 70,000 in situations like this when Bitcoin has so much room to come down. Even this area is quite dangerous for scalps, but it's been a lot safer than the 70K zone. At least this area, the stop loss have been working for a lot of traders rather than the giant red candle for the last 4 days. We're going to look at Dogecoin as well. So here's the thing about Doge. I'm glad you asked that question, Junior. I was about to go into that, but thank you for the super chat. Basically, when the halving comes, a lot of Bitcoin miners are going to transition to other coins. They're going to go for coins like Doge, Ethereum Proof of Work, or Raven Coin. Just different coins for their ASIC miners, and some still using GPU miners, some using special chip miners. So they're going to transition away from Bitcoin if they want to get more reward for the same amount of energy. This happens a lot. It's happened when Ethereum went to proof of stake. All those ETH miners went to Ethereum Classic and Ethereum Proof of Work, and Ethereum Classic pumped. It went up over like 100%. So I see Doge getting a lot of traction after the halving. I'm more bullish about Doge after the halving than I am Bitcoin because it will draw more attention to Doge. Nice, butthead. Hope you're able to make a decent amount of money, and I hope that there's no spyware or VMware on those machines to drain your wallets or redirect your rewards. It's always like people can modify computer chips. You got to be very careful. Definitely never buy a used crypto wallet. Don't buy a wallet from anyone that's you see online that's not the real stores. Be careful on Amazon and eBay, you might get wrecked. I put HETS on the 1 second chart because it has so little liquidity and is moving so slow that I think it warrants for the 1 second chart over here. The thing about HETS, with liquidity added and buys coming back, it's possible to do a 10 times from here in under a year. For Bitcoin to go 10 times in under a year would take trillions upon trillions of dollars. We're at an area where the crypto miners are transitioning away from Bitcoin. The rewards just isn't there. Even though the Bitcoin price is above 60,000, that's not enough reward for some miners, depending on what part of the world they're at. And especially because our electrical grid's not up to date. We barely have enough electricity for all the EV cars, especially in states like California. Our grid's not up to date, so electricity is higher. But there's also miners that have cheaper electricity in other places. We're not going to really have freedom in crypto till we have freedom in electricity as well. Once we get better innovation, better electricity, where we can power everything for everybody, and the cost is relatively cheap, that's when we're going to have more freedom in crypto. I don't think the power is in Bitcoin. It's got the first mover advantage. It's one that people traded early, pushed it up, put most of the liquidity into Bitcoin. But long term, it's not sustainable. They'll transition to other cryptocurrencies. The blockchain just not sustainable long term as well for certain cryptocurrency projects, especially if they have in their code where they run out of numbers as well. It's just it's just pretty scary. So probably in the next few years, we'll still be here. They're going to come up with some nice projects that are very new, super decentralized. And I'm talking about so decentralized that's like the first wallet's not accumulating any coins. That's how decentralized it's going to be. It's going to be some very good proof of work concepts where the early people for the first few years are getting about the same rewards. So no wallet's going to pre-mine or pre-mint. I'm waiting on some good projects like that to roll out. Lots of liquidity in crypto though, compared to some stocks. But when you look at the whole stock market or the whole future market or even gold and silver, the overall liquidity in crypto is very low. There's way more liquidity in gold and silver than Bitcoin. And the way cryptocurrency exchanges work, that liquidity is spread out very far. Our liquidity is so thin over here on Bitcoin and crypto, Doge, HETS, Ethereum. If just a few exchanges pull liquidity and take turns pulling liquidity and people panic, market sell, and liquidate down, and then they add that liquidity back lower, the exchange, A, accumulates more of the crypto, and B, gets a lot of liquidations. TradingView doesn't really map out as much when these exchanges are pulling and adding liquidity, especially when it comes to Robinhood and Coinbase. Last time Doge bled down to about 12.5 cents, Robinhood had some technical glitches and Coinbase turned off limit orders and deleted your limit orders. It's very weird. And we don't have all this data. So I understand Gary Gensler has been doing some very unfavorable lawsuits against crypto exchanges and crypto projects. But when Donald Trump is president and we have a new chairman of the SEC, and some people already quit their role in Congress and in the Senate, but some of these guys are going to come back over the board. They're going to probably, just my guess, nobody told me, no confirmation, this is not in the news. My guess is that these people, they're going to come out and pass a piece of legislation to provide crypto trading laws for more transparency. So we can get the crypto trading transparency law passed. It would make it so these exchanges have to A, document when liquidity is added, pulled, when wallet balances are updated or changed by a certain factor. B, shows all the exact holdings show the holdings in each individual wallet that are meant for the holdings. Open up the SQL databases like on Robinhood to show everything. That's the transparency we need. Yeah, I should do something like that, Crypto 8, but like when I'm going in and out of trades, I don't want to document and put my mind on that, Crypto 8. Like, I tried to do a thing in the Discord before where you guys could copy some of those trades, but it's just so much documentation going in and out, in and out. If I'm microscoping, if I'm doing like 10 trades in a day, it's hard to document and execute the trade at the same time. If you're doing the copy trade, just put the money you're willing to lose in the copy trade and let it ride. Because you're not going to be messaging me trying to micromanage me for my own copy trade. Just take that $50 or $100 and do your own trades if you're going to micromanage something like that. I do the documentation for more like longer term, more swing trades. Or like the big longer term dollar cost average trades. Those are the ones that I really document. Like, yeah, no, Marcus. Actually, Dubai, they're trying to tell people not to take pictures of the flood also. But if you go over here to a chart channel, you look at Tame Token. Tame Token's up 940% against sets for the year since it's been launched and liquidity added. But let's search for the terms DCA. This was me on the 14th. On the 14th, just 3 days ago, I took profits on my Doge long for 1,600%. And that was one that I DCA'd into. And this was just a small trade. I only earned $800. I had about $52 margin after our dollar cost average into a trade. And my average price was 14.47. I closed it about 15.63. No, a little bit higher than 15.63. So I could get that extra 100%. This is what the closed trade looked like. And this isn't show off your profits. So current price is still under that. Actually, current price is still around entry. I could possibly do another short-term scalp like that as well. This was the other day as well, day 49 out of 100. I started with the 5K. I'm trying to get to 100K on Fairdesk. I was up to 45K earning, so about 50K balance. And I'm still going. I got more followers, so that's cool. But I did put that I added more to that Doge long as well. And then I mentioned my profits. But when I typed like this DCA, like this way more better than Greenblock. I mentioned Doge is recovering. This is a good DCA buy. And this one Doge was at 13.9 cents. And we already had 10 of my green blocks rolling in here. So we knew the moment of recovery was right here. And you go back through your charts, like eventually we bounced up to above 16 cents after this recovery before we started coming down again. We had this bullish pennant bounced up to 16. People took profits, then we came back down. And now this is where we're at. Even you count all the green blocks and red blocks on the chart, it's a lot of stuff. But this was that area of recovery for Doge. And it's still on my TradingView chart. And that area of recovery for Doge around 13.9 sits all the way up to here. 15.9. That's over a 13% swing up. And then it actually pushed up above 16, almost 17 cents. So some people went long on that top as well. And they're waiting to be caught on the Elon catalyst or liquidations up. But the good thing about Doge, we have liquidations up above us to about up here with the target back around 16 cents with liquidations on the 5-minute. You zoom out, we have other targets that bring us above 27 cents. And before that, weekly RSI is completely overbought as well. So if someone went long on Doge at 19 cents or 20 cents, that's still not near the all-time high compared to Bitcoin at 70K. Bitcoin at 70K much closer than Doge at 20K from all-time highs, if you put it in that perspective. If you look at hits on the 1 second here, you can see mostly his buys later very low volume. Like this was a 46K buy. Someone bought 46,000 hits. The biggest 1 second candle I see is back here. Let's zoom in and see how many hits they bought on this candle. 250,000. So they bought 250,000 hits and they pushed the price up by about 2.45%. And that's how I know that something has low liquidity. If the price moves drastically from low volume, it has a low liquidity. I only buy Doge on spot when it goes significantly lower, Marcus. I will not buy Doge on spot up here. If we go back under 8 cents, I will buy it on spot. I will not buy it on spot in ranges like this. I'll do some quick future plays. A very light future plays, not too heavy. But I'll show you an insight of something like that though. We go back to Discord over here. Back in December, I said if you remember day one bear market, I sold all my Doge at 10.3 cents. Well, I started a DCA and bought 5K worth at 0.092, and I'll buy more if we drop to 0.075. I bought now to give me room to sell at a loss for tax loss harvesting before end of the year if we dip lower. And if you look at the charts on, what is this, announcements? If you look at the Doge DCAs, relatively most of the dollar cost average I do on Doge spot is under 10 cents. I cannot dollar cost average higher. I'll buy something else. There's literally so many coins that you can buy that you don't have to buy Doge above 10 cents if you don't want to. And those dollar cost average bags, if you're negative, you can just tax loss harvest as well. But right now I'm sitting in my office room rather than in a flooded Dubai, so I count myself very lucky. It could have been worse. I could have been having a bad day today, but I'm having a good day. And just scalping, trading, charting a little bit. I have some watermelon as well that I'm going to eat. I had to shop around because one store had watermelon for like, God, over $12. No, we're going to have options at Spiral on Fridays. So we have to see if there is going to be a small pump depending on how far they push it down. And then if they can push it down, great. If not, oof. Yeah, it was $12 for a watermelon. Like, dude, Bidenomics is real. Look at this shit. This was today. I took the picture at the Ingles grocery store, $12.98. So it would be over $13 after taxes for this watermelon. And these are the seedless watermelon. These aren't even seeded. These are the cheaper. They're supposed to be the cheaper watermelons. The inflation that we're experiencing is stealing money from us. Thank God I can outtrade inflation, but man, not everybody can outtrade inflation. A lot of hedge fund managers are underperforming versus inflation.
Shouldn't it cost more to have watermelon without seeds?
No, the watermelon with seeds are more rare.
Really? Oh, I thought it would have been the other way around.
No, and the seedless ones are the ones that they mass produce.
Dave, did you see the thing about Elon today saying how the new Twitter update should help crypto or something?
I didn't see Elon say that directly.
It wasn't on Twitter. It was on You Today.
I didn't see Elon say that directly. Let me check something real quick.
Yeah, it's on You Today. It says Elon Musk's new X upgrade praised by crypto community.
Yeah, but that's not Elon saying it.
I got you.
That's like me saying like Elon tweets about dogs is good for hot dog companies.
Yeah,
not-
no, I seen it in a YouTube and I was like starting to search for it right when I asked you. And it says it's from a new tweet published by Elon Musk about a new X upgrade has gotten crypto community excited. Oh, this shit is old. I don't know why this was in the fucking
Yeah.
yeah. This is from December.
Matt 14 says, "Are you telling me right now you're eating a $13 watermelon?" No, I went somewhere else and got a smaller watermelon. This is much smaller. Well, this is about half. This one is about $4.98. This is a $5 watermelon and a half of a $5 watermelon. So right now I'm basically eating $2.50. I think I can make that back in a scalp pretty soon though, $2.50.
I saw they got watermelon salads the other day for the first time.
Yep. It's good you mix watermelon with because some people cannot eat kale by itself, so you mix watermelon with kale and the other dark green veggies that are hard to eat by themselves. But don't put any beets in there. That earth flavor throws it off.
I love beats.
God, you guys are loud as fuck.
I love beats.
Turn this down. I wonder if you guys that loud to YouTube as well. How are the Tame Token wells doing today?
Great.
You guys haven't been taking profits in the last few days. After I made it so you need 100 million to do the rewards, you guys have not been dumping on our faces as much.
Yeah, they're holding now, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't even looked to see what the value of my Tame tokens. Some too. That's how whaley I am.
Mm-hmm.
Don't need to look at it.
Just don't lose it. Don't lose the wallet. So $40,000 Bitcoin in the next 3 days. Is it possible? Yes. Would I like to see it? Yes. Would it devastate a lot of positions and be the biggest liquidation in a 3-day period? Yes. Would Michael Saylor cry himself to sleep? Yes. Michael Saylor's down more than Bitcoin, by the way. So Michael Saylor's down because both Bitcoin and MicroStrategy are down. MicroStrategy is down over 38% from my red block. Bitcoin's down over $10,000 from my last big red block on the weekly and the on the day. So he's double losing. He over leveraged. And there's people out there that believe he can keep it up, but man, I don't trust it. Bitcoin historically dumps from the halving. You know, it's really weird for tax laws in America. If you mine gold, the price per ounce is the tax you have to pay on that gold you mine. If you mine Bitcoin, at that moment that you receive the Bitcoin in your wallet, that's the value you have to pay the taxes on. We just get a few more taxes increase like that on the Bitcoin miners, and it's going to go to hell. Sento says Sailor is in profit. He is down from the highs, though. He's not in profit if you calculate the loans and the interest and the money he has to pay back. Not in the profit when you calculate that, Sento. And not in the profit when you calculate the MicroStrategy stocks down over 38% as well. We don't have any good hedge fund in America that solely focuses on buying the Bitcoin dips and selling the rips. None. But if we had something like that, that would be brilliant. We just have a bunch of billionaires using other billionaires and other people's money to buy the tops, to push to their own personal bags. Crazy. It's a crazy time. I was a kid. I was a fucking child when this was happening with the stock market, and we had people like Bernie Madoff. Now, I see the fraud, I see the scams, and I see them push this stuff up, drain the liquidity, and then they dump it and run away with people's money. I hope Michael Saylor does not run away with people's money, because when you have the Bitcoin, it's hard to resist that temptation. They could transfer the Bitcoin from one wallet to another wallet. It disappears a hack or something overnight. The stock goes to zero. MicroStrategy is the riskiest crypto stock that I can think of. You only have a few people there with the seeds of the wallets. And they're human beings with emotion and stress. And when human beings have emotion, human beings have stress, they make bad decisions. They start getting psychological problems. And then stuff disappears. Stuff is destroyed. So the riskiest crypto stock is MicroStrategy. And I warned you guys when the smart money started shorting it. They know what I know about Michael Saylor. And they were willing to put their money up there. I didn't want to put anything in the stock side for shorting. I didn't want to make my taxes more complicated than they already are. So I did the easy route. I just shorted Bitcoin. But they shorted MicroStrategy, which was more money than shorting Bitcoin. And it was easier. But if you look over here, and I told you guys on the 27th last month, when MicroStrategy was at 1936, that short interest ratio started increasing, and they shorted it started back here as well. Just very little. They just dipped their feet in very little. But by the time I posted this, I knew at 1936, we were going to bleed down. And you come over here, and let's see how far MicroStrategy has bled down. Look at this thing. And I told you guys, investors, people that are smart, and even people that are dumb, we don't like it when a CEO buys the top of anything. So from that red block on MicroStrategy at 1905 up to 1936 range, we already went down to over 40% at one point. And this is just the beginning, because when you zoom out, you zoom out, look at this fucking head and shoulders pattern. Oh boy. We may just bleed the fuck down. I wish I didn't know what I knew. And I wish you guys would do a little bit of deep diving research on MicroStrategy and Michael Saylor. Because the things I know, showed me that we were going to bleed down. I knew we were going to drop over half the value of the stock. Maybe even 85% of the value of the stock. The things I know, you guys better do some research on Michael Saylor. Look at his past businesses. Woo!
Hey, Tame, why don't you short the stock then, man, if you're so confident?
I shorted Bitcoin. It's easier. I didn't want to complicate the taxes. And the tax laws are a little bit different as well. So, yeah, I can earn a little bit more profit there, but I have to pay higher taxes. For crypto, if you do enough wash sales, you don't owe any taxes. But stocks, you can't do the wash sales. So, after taxes, you make more on the crypto side than doing the stock side, even shorting. And here's the thing about shorting MicroStrategy stock. What's the most it can go down, Jacket?
I don't know. I don't watch it. From what you said, it's not looking good.
No, mathematically, what's the most a stock or crypto can go down?
Well, 0, obviously.
100%.
It can never go past 100%. We agree on that. But what's the most something can go up? I've seen Bitcoin go up 6 million %. So the amount of money you can make shorting it will be less money than if you get a good long at the bottom as well. So I'm just keeping all the money on the crypto side, so it's easier for the taxes. I can do the wash sales, and by the time I do my taxes, I don't have to mess with the tax forms.
I know, but he doesn't influence crypto. I mean, he can't control the price. Maybe one day or one wick he can. It's, you know what I'm saying?
No, he's already controlled the price multiple times by buying tops and pushing us up and breaking resistance. But I try to tell you guys, there's a cost to that. That was his way of advertising, but you can't write that off as an advertising cost just because you buy the top to push a green candle up. So the cost goes from to the shareholders of MicroStrategy. That's why MicroStrategy is down more percent than Bitcoin.
I get that, but you're not. You may be bearish on Bitcoin for the short term, but I think you're an advocate for Bitcoin in the long term.
Here's the thing about Bitcoin. Bitcoin did not buy anything at the top. Bitcoin is just Bitcoin. It's better. So that's the other part of my argument. It's better to hold the native Bitcoin than to invest in MicroStrategy. Because he was paying the premium for Bitcoins and making shareholders pay that expense. While he was personally selling stocks. So many stocks he was selling. I opened that up on the Open Insider a while back. Let's say what do you think he's spending his personal money on when he's selling MicroStrategy stocks?
Well, if you look at the background of his interviews, he's a pimp.
Yeah, it's a little bit like, that's why I don't like him. That's why Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, is way better than the CEO of MicroStrategy. NVIDIA actually producing a good and a service for everybody else. A product that everybody will use or need to use to be competitive in the AI field or gaming field or content creation field. NVIDIA has that market. What does Michael Saylor and MicroStrategy have? They have a dumb CEO that's buying the tops on Bitcoin, and when the price corrects 50%, the shareholders lose the value. He has the Bitcoin seed phrases. It's for wallets. Him and a few employees. And I've seen this story happen many times. Quadriga FS, the CEO, was the only one with the seed phrase to the wallet. And when he mysteriously died and they could not find his body, that Bitcoin was transferred out. So, it's the riskiest crypto stock you can imagine. I can't think of a riskier crypto-related stock.
All I'm saying is you've identified weakness and or bad management that would get someone to short a stock if you delivered that information to an investor who didn't care about the tax implications between the two. And I'm saying he does not, his management style or his investing style does not put a negative sentiment on Bitcoin, but it does his stock. So if why would you short Bitcoin because of his management's decisions?
So I had the thesis of shorting Bitcoin before that, but shorting MicroStrategy was butter on the bread for these hedge funds. They shorted both. They have more money than me. They shorted Bitcoin initially, and then they shorted MicroStrategy around the same time. And while we were on the weekends, they kept shorting Bitcoin down so that when the weekdays open, MicroStrategy bled harder. They made so much money from liquidating the people that were long on MicroStrategy. They made all the option calls almost worthless for the MicroStrategy on Fridays. They dumped it really hard on Fridays to mess up the options. And then Sunday nights, they would dump it even harder so that when Monday morning rolls around, it's lower liquidity and price dumps at a greater percentage as well for easier liquidations throughout the day on Monday mornings. I don't have enough money to short and MicroStrategy and Bitcoin at the same time and do my other plays.
All right.
And,
well, I'm just saying that Bitcoin's only going down now based on chart analysis and everything else, right? Like maybe world events, I don't know. But there's nobody making shitty decisions that are causing Bitcoin to go down per se. And if I had that level of confidence on a stock, regardless of how much money I had, I would go after it. Because you know how many people are not confident in their decisions?
No. Let me explain. Michael Saylor actually affected the Bitcoin price by his bad decisions. His bad decision caused the green candles. He was the one buying the tops. So when his bad decision catches up to him and he doesn't have the liquidity to do that anymore, and there's nobody left to buy the tops, it makes sense to short the Bitcoin because there's nobody else buying the top. Price will drop just from a few retail sales. And that's what happened. And you'll be able to map that up within its quarterly filing for MicroStrategy as well. From map out the last buy they did compared to the top, and probably no buys in between there compared to the $10,000 drop. All the guys telling you to buy the Bitcoin and going to the Bitcoin conferences and going to Dubai for token 2049, a lot of those smart money have been selling on your faces. A lot of these ETFs did not purchase any Bitcoin in the last 30 days. So the people that actually made all the bad decisions, all the bad management, all the bad smart money decisions, when their decision cost comes to pay, people like me make money. We short the fuck out of it, and they're done buying, and they're probably shorting it too on other sides.
So the only thing that affected was the people it trapped after he purchased.
No. It's not just Michael Saylor. It's also these ETFs that did not care about the price. And because they didn't care about the price and they were just buying anywhere.
You just said that he's the one that broke resistance with his purchases. So I'm
some of his purchases broke resistance, but also ETFs broke resistance too.
All right.
But if you go to the quarterly reports from MicroStrategy buys and look at the cost basis of where he bought and the days he bought, those days we broke resistance. But if you look at the chart here, we haven't made a higher high in over 35 days, 36 days. And smart money, the ETFs, and it's this already been documented, there's no ETFs that bought Bitcoin in the last 30 days. The ETFs were buying Bitcoin here, pushing it up, making these green candles. They didn't care about the price. But then they started realizing, oh, the price is a little bit high. We need to stop buying it up here. We already have enough. We can open a casino now and let the people gamble on the price here from our ETFs. But from my perspective, as a trader, as someone really deep into crypto, I realized that those ETFs, since they bought it towards the top, basically it's like they added liquidity at the top. And when you add liquidity at the top, you get less bang for your buck. And then when people like Michael Saylor, when you have the ETFs, when they all run out of money at the same time to buy, and open interest rates goes through the roof and they cannot borrow any more money, we get big red candles like this, very volatile candles, and it's and it's the retail traders that gets punished. I'll show you.
Did he not buy at 15K? I mean, I don't know. I'm not looking.
No. So he actually sold at 15,500 to pay back part of a loan. To pay the loan at a discount, which was one of the dumbest shits I've ever seen. But quarterly report back then. He sold the Bitcoin at 15,500 up to 16K. Payback part of loan and had payback 16,300 for some of those Bitcoin he sold for the loan and started buying it up. But when you look at his dollar cost average after Nets reports and it's over 40,000 and then price comes under 40,000, it's like he fumbled the bag on taking profits on billions of dollars. And basically he has to do that because he told people he's never selling. So if he does come out and sell, shareholders can sue him because he broke their they can sue him for securities fraud. You can't tell people you're not going to sell and your strategy is buy and you come out and sell. But we've had 35 days of no ETFs buying, 35 days of coming down. Bitcoin's already down over 17% from the top. It went as far as 19%. Once we break that 20, we're already under the moving average on the daily as well. This is bearish. And then by the time this yellow line crosses this orange line, price will be under 50,000. And that's when the really bearish momentum hits. So that 50,000 drop to 40,000 will be the very fast bearish momentum. 50,000 to 40,000 would be a very, very fast bearish momentum when the short term crosses that long term.
Well, I guess the bull runs over. We might as well just all go home.
Well, are you buying the tops up here?
I ain't buying shit. I buy at bottoms. I buy at big dips. That's when I buy.
So if you're like that, and there's thousands of retail traders like that, what do you think happens to price? I'll show you what happened to those retail traders, though.
Dude, nothing I do is going to affect the price. So I just watch everybody goof off, and then when panic comes in, and everybody thinks it's the end, that's when I buy.
Before we even had these two candles here, I mentioned that this is going to be the worst day for liquidations ever since back here. And if you combine this day of liquidation, March 3rd, April 11th, and April 12th, that's over $2.6 billion worth of longs liquidated. $2.6 billion worth of longs liquidate. Compared to shorts. Shorts don't get liquidate that much compared to longs. Even though Bitcoin kept consistently going from 15,000 all the way up to over 71,000, even passing 73K, longs got liquidate more than shorts. It's because the retail psychology goes long on green candle and over leverage. They have that hopium. The bears don't have that hopium. Generally, if the people are seasoned traders and they know how to long and short, the only times they're really opening their shorts right before those funding fees to hedge their longs, or they're opening shorts to hedge their longs. And they have no chance of liquidation in that scenario if they hedge the right way. But the longs here, these guys got liquidate so much in the past few months, even though we were pushing up higher high. And then now consistently, like they're like even yesterday, over $100 million of longs liquidate. The day before that, over $200 million.
So where do you think it starts to be bullish again? Do we up 40K? Is that where you think we're going to be bullish?
40K can give us a bounce, but $25,555, that's going to be the area where that weekly RSI is getting oversold significantly enough for people to go a little bit heavier. 25,500 is about that area. Because at 40,000, 40,000 to 30,000, that will liquidate the people that are 2 times long. Because I'll show you that as well real quick. So let's say that someone was super bullish at Bitcoin at 70K, which there were a few people that I argue with. I put the video in there. I can play it back again. But let's say that you were super bullish at 70K and you thought that was a dip to buy. And you long at 70,000, but you only use 2 times leverage. Well, price drops 50% and you're liquidated. Where does that 50% drop from 70K lead us to? And market makers are going to grab this. I gotta zoom out a little bit more. So let's say 70,200. We go down to about $34,000 and 925. Those people that went 2 times long at the 70K are liquidated. So if they're getting liquidated at 34,000, take that and add another 12% dip on that from market sales. from low liquidity in the markets. So 34,000 dropped by another 12%, up to 15%, is going to be under $30,000. When we're under 30,000, people are going to fucking panic. They didn't take profit above 70. They added longs at 70,000. Then we go to their liquidation. That's when you get the really big candles. That's when you get the 300,000 volume candles on a day for Bitcoin.
No, I get it. I short sometimes. I'm just saying, dude, that's going to be the shortest bull run in Bitcoin history.
And I didn't even say this yet on the stream. Grayscale. Look how much Bitcoin Grayscale is selling compared to what the ETFs were buying. They're almost selling more Bitcoin than all the ETFs bought and dumping it hard. I think Grayscale actually did the smart thing selling at the top. No. I don't think market makers are going to risk pumping it. Ethan, it takes too much money to pump Bitcoin. The best thing market makers would do to make more money, if you're a market maker yourself out there in the audience, the best thing you can do to make more money right before the halving is if we bleed down and you're watching your charts and you see people start short altcoins. And you can pump the altcoins like Doge. Market makers destroy people shorting Slurf. Slurf hit that 25 cents and market makers saw people shorting it again at 25 cents and they doubled the price. They pushed it up drastically. So find those low market cap coins that are on futures. And if you really want to liquidate people shorting, you can just do a big market buy near an area where you see a lot of people shorting that altcoin and push it up to liquidate them. And you can also do a market buy with a trigger sell. So if price sits higher, it sells some of yours up there. So you're actually making a little bit of money as well while you're liquidating. But that takes like a few $1,000,000 to do something like that, depending on the altcoin. Or a few $100,000 if you're doing like a very low market cap coin. And if you're doing it to do it just for fun, it can be entertaining sometimes, but there's a cost to it. If you don't get to take profits, you're stuck holding a bag by doing those market buys. And I guarantee I will liquidate the fuck out of people shorting HETS when it goes on futures. I will do some streams doing some big market buys on purpose. If I start looking at order book and if it gets on futures and I see people shorting it, it's going to be hilarious. It's going to be entertaining.
Now that would be entertaining, dude, because then you can put that shit on YouTube forever.
I'll put like $200,000 in a candle. I don't care. I think it'd be hilarious. Like the gentleman on Discord said, it would be funny for YouTube as well. It could be some funny YouTube shorts. People sold some of the Tame token at the bottom, and the price pumped up another 1,000%. That was pretty funny. And then if they want to participate in the rewards and they don't have 100 million, they have to buy it back. They have to buy it back or participate in people's bounties. By the way, if you're in Discord and you got some Tame token and you want to put a bounty for something like someone to do a task or something, run it by me, tametheark, and then we can arrange something. Like if you want people to retweet your tweets or something, or if you want somebody to design logos or AI images or write you Pine script or something, just run it by me and I'll post the bounty. Oh yeah, if HETS goes on futures. I need something that I'm in early to go on futures. That's low liquidity so I can get like another 50 to 100,000% screenshot. That'd be great. We're going to have the Tame token trading tomorrow, Tame token Thursday, for the Tame token holders and scalpers out there. Some of you guys are doing pretty good trading Tame token. You're outperforming me on the percentage, basically. I'm the Michael Saylor of Tame token. I don't care about the price. Kapow! But I'm using my money. I'm not using other people's money, so it's okay. Oh yeah, by the way, if you want to do the crypto spot trading, if you're afraid you're not going to be able to use METC after the KYC, if you don't have a good ID for KYC, if you didn't get your Palau ID or El Salvador or Philippine ID or Dubai, you probably very hard Dubai. You can use Wheats. I put a link in the chat. Wheats is KYC free. You don't have to KYC to trade, withdraw, deposit, anything like that. So I started using that. So some of the same people from METC basically acquired that company in a way. Some of them quit their job at METC to operate full time at Wheats. So I'm trading on there as well. I'm still able to use METC, but moving forward with community, probably trading more on Wheats. And they did mention that they're gonna have a coin coming out pretty soon, and that's already public. So they're working on the token allocation and things that they're gonna do. So if you're not on Wheats yet, you should sign up so that if you want to get in on the token early and do like the airdrops like you saw with the MX token.
Hey, Tame, do you know how long it takes to get approved for the KYC with MEXC? I applied like a couple of weeks ago. I haven't heard anything yet.
So when you applied, where was your ID from that you applied with?
Greece.
Okay. So let me check. It says METC is restricted in North Korea, Cuba, Sudan, Syria, Iran, Crimea, China, Indonesia, Singapore, Venezuela, United States, and Canada. So Greece is fine. Let me check real quick. It should not take more than 2 weeks for KYC to go through if you took the right pictures. Did your picture get approved when you first submitted it?
Yeah, I didn't get anything rejected back to me. I took pictures of the front and the back of the ID as they requested.
And you got the email confirmation that it was in the system, right?
No, they just sent me a message saying they'll let me know within 24 hours that they did it, and I never heard back.
Yeah, the estimated review is 24 hours. And if it's not, you don't get it done in 24 hours. You can also go to the events KYC on your page and look at the verify there.
Can you use a passport?
Yeah, but where's your passport from?
This British passport.
Possibly.
I'm gonna try that. I don't have any ID for that, but that would be the ID, right?
Yeah, that would be the ID. But go through the events KYC page and you can also verify on there as well to check.
Okay.
But you got the submit successfully page, you got the email. Usually it doesn't take more than 2 days for them to actually approve your KYC. And they do this.
So you get it. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go to advanced KYC on the page and look at the verify up there as well. Make sure you don't have to do anything else.
But my other question is, if I'm here in the United States and they check that IP address.
No, that doesn't matter if you're KYC'd.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. But some of these platforms, like if you're KYC, you can also get more of those bonuses and stuff for futures and stuff too. But if you can't KYC, Wheats is still pretty fast as well.
Yeah, but they lacking a lot of coins.
Not really. Go to future. No, click the Futures Pro page. They have a lot, and follow them on Twitter. They're constantly listing, which is good. So you're gonna be in early on each of those listings that they're moving forward.
Tame, where's the events page that you're talking about?
No. Those are just popped up in your headers on your app at the top usually. But recently they listed TRN. Countdown's 3-day on spot trading for Wheats. But if you go to Futures and Futures Pro on the Wheats app and you click on the pairs, there's literally like, I'm just scrolling. I see at least 100 pairs on here. They even put, let's see, did they get Slurf on here yet? Nope, not yet. But they got, I know Book of Meme was on there before, I think. Yeah, Book of Memes. ETHW, Doge. A lot of the coins that I trade, they already had on Wheats as well, compared to other platforms like Fairdesk. And moving forward, like stuff that they list early, like being in early on that's going to be good. No, don't use BitGet, Vegas Crypto. Nah. You should not use BitGet. Be careful of any crypto trading platform that has the word bit in front of it. Bitfinex, BitMEX. God, BitMEX is where Bitcoin went under $9,000 from super low liquidity. FMX also very low liquidity. You got to make sure the platform you're trading on actually has assets and cryptos and stuff, or reasons for you to trade on them. So BitFi is not Bit. That's a little bit different, Nelson. I trade, big green candle on hets over there, but BitFi, it has some trading pairs as well, futures. It's pretty similar to Fairdesk and Wheats, but they just don't have as many pairs, and they're still developing. Taking some suggestions I told them to heart. You can trade on Wheats Vegas Crypto. And if you use the, that's a giant red candle. Look at that. Dude, the volume's so low on hets over here on Metsy, like that's 6,000 volume. But let me show you what the oh man. So they have a deposit bonus page for us for another 24 days. Look at my Ethereum tattoo. But if you do the first event, deposit bonus, you get qualified for the second event, which is lucky draw, and then you claim rewards for 7 consecutive days. So it's pretty cool. And this is for our tametheark users. They also have this futures bonus instruction manual that you can check out as well. It shows you a lot of the definitions, words, how to use the user interface a little bit. Man, HETS is super low liquidity. When liquidity gets added back, the candle is just going to go up so fast. This is 1 second, so it's crazy seeing a candle move like that in 1 second. But that deposit bonus and the lucky draw, that could pay a lot of fees for a while as well. Reducing tame token rewards, making it so you need at least 100 million tame tokens to participate, definitely makes my work easier. I don't have to send out as many tokens, which would mean it will take longer to send out this 10 billion, but man, reduces sell pressure for a while. And we still have people buying over the counter recently. It would be nice to get a little bit of utility for it, among other things. Man. But the halving is going to be wild. Just from our recent YouTube polls, majority of people are not prepared for the halving. There's already people over leveraged before the halving, heading into the halving. There's people that are going to be watching on the halving, though. What is this? Doge? Is this Doge? Okay. Nothing too crazy volume right now. Dude, that poll was sick. 50-50.
I just messaged customer service and he replied back that I was approved.
Oh, great. You just didn't see it on your page?
Yeah, he's gonna show me how I can go see it on the page now. I'm waiting for him.
Yeah, I think it's on that events KYC page. You can verify if you're approved or not. So that's pretty cool that we're approved for the KYC. And yeah.
Thanks for the help, Tame.
You're welcome. I have been buying EHETs at these levels. I have. I have buy limits were much lower though. But I still need to buy a lot more. I told people EHETs is going to be my worst trade or my best trade. But the cool thing about METC, like you can see your buys on the charts, your buys and sells. It shows you. So I'm going to keep buying at these levels. I'll put some money every day into EHETs. If I'm taking profits, I'll scale in a little bit every day. I don't care. Ideally, I want to be able to dollar cost anywhere from $500 to $1,000 per day on my EHETs. And if I do that for like a year, and let's just do average, 1,000 plus 500 divided by 2, that's $750 per day times 365. It's about $273,000 per year dollar cost averaging into EHETs. So pretty soon there's going to be an imbalance where I got so much supply and withdrawing and moving it places that price has nowhere to go except for up. And if I end up acquiring too many, a sacrifice of mine could be a giant stake as well, which would burn my tokens, and I would only remint them after my stake is over, which would transfer the energy from my stake into the traders. Price could pump and they could dump it on me for a while. That could be my sacrifice. I'm not going to do that though for you guys. You should not have that expectation, but it is something that I or someone could do to make our other smaller bags of the hets go up. But I've already mapped it out. Like I got a beautiful thesis about hets, and if it works, it's my best trade. If it doesn't work, I'll just do a long stake. I put a chart. I should make a dedicated HETS channel as well. I got a crazy HETS chart for you guys that if you haven't been in here and haven't seen some of the recent streams. But like even you look in Discord, like right here, like you can see some of the other buys back here the other day. This was on the 14th, like 3 days ago. See some of those buys. But also the other day, when you look at this chart of HETS on the weekly, you can see that even at 0017, even at 0.0017, HETS is still up over 11,000% from the 2019 lows in December, a week after launch. HETS had a lot of sell pressure. Even for those first 50 days on HETS, even those first 50 days for HETS, we're still up significantly from those levels if you measure it back here. People just crack on it because it's so far down from the top. But from this bottom to the top was drastically over 100,000%. It was huge. From this bottom to the top was over 1,000,000%. This thing fucking ran. So because it went up 1,000,000% and then came down over 90%, people are making jokes about it. But they're going to ignore this price action when the price was much lower over here as well, like 11,000% gains already, even from 2019. So if you didn't take profit at 1,000,000%, you could still take profit here at 11,000%. But here's my chart as well. I have another chart that will blow your mind. So let's say HETS goes down and completes this weekly bear flag. If HETS bleeds down to 0.000051, and you should have some buy limits down there in case we do bleed down. If you have nothing with your cash and you have low buy limits down there, like I do, I've been dollar cost average every day, but I still have low buy limits in case we go to here. If we hit this bear flag target and go back to all-time highs, that would be over 1,120,000%. If we go to this bear flag bottom and go back up to all-time high. And some movement like this, even like these types of moves could take years. But man, if I could even get half of that by going from here to here, I'm happy. If I can make over 100,000%, I'm happy. So you can see like basically this first green block over here at the 0.003, I was dollar cost averaging here all the way up to 1 cent, kind of paused a little bit when it shot up to 1.4, waited a little bit and then started dollar cost averaging again. So I've been dollar cost averaging ever since 0.00295 all the way up to 1 cent and all the way down. And I also have low buy limits down at 0.000051 in case we really bleed down from low liquidity big market sells. I could acquire hundreds of millions very cheap. So, HETS is going to be my worst trade or my best trade. There's no way around that. I haven't had really many really bad trades in terms of dollar value lost. Leading up to this point, HETS will be that worst or best trade. And the things that I need for HETS, and the thing about HETS, it's very interesting. The thing about HETS, the Emirate flights on the way to Dubai, people put the highest of stakes HETS documentary on there. And if you guys don't know this, but there is a movie, Highest of Stakes, that talk about HETS and Richard Hart. It's on Amazon Prime. Go over here. I hope you don't see my name on Amazon. Okay, I'm not signed in. But if you look at the Highest of Stakes on Amazon, it's on Amazon Prime. You can rent it for $5 or buy for $15. Look at this, 5 stars. 5 stars over here. It's an hour, 33 minutes. This is the trailer. I'll play the trailer for you guys.
Who is Richard Hart? Genius.
Legendary.
Arrogant. Bit of a narcissist.
The benevolent king.
$250,000. Hate me. I'm farther than you'll ever be in your whole life. Whatever the governments have been doing, it's not worked out. You've never had worse interest rates. Your money has never been worth less. And the only thing that's making it better is cryptocurrency.
crypto is
Money without governments, and it is money without banks.
You're not going to meet another product like this as long as you live. Yes, every scammer in the world is going to tell you something similar.
Good morning, everyone. Are you ready to look for some fraud this morning?
they are promising 40% annual return.
Everything I have worked for is staked in Hex.
Good. I put it all in.
All what?
All of our house money.
No, I don't think that it's a scam. Because I trust Richard Hart.
If ultimately this is all a big performance art project, people are going to get.
So you're lucky it works at all.
I should trust you.
Listen, I think you should trust me, but if you get into the habit of trusting people like me, you get the crap scammed out of you.
But yeah, that's on Amazon Prime, highest of stakes. So there is a little bit of room for HETs to get more exposure, marketing and stuff, although they say don't pay people. There are individuals that go out, they sponsor NASCARs, they sponsor race cars, they sponsor events, they pay to get shows up, they do speeches. But it's pretty interesting. That guy that put house money in, he put house money in after HETs went to all-time high and bounced at 26 cents. The setup is there. There's no liquidations yet because it's not on futures yet. But if this thing gets listed on futures, if it gets listed on some more exchanges, the recipe for a rocket is there. We have the ingredients. We have the ingredients for it, so I have time. Look, I'll probably make more money in the next few years than I ever put into HETs as well. So it's just something I'm doing early. I put money into Doge on dollar cost averages when it goes under 10 cents traditionally as well. But most of the HETs that I bought is under the water. The price is under my DCA. Price is under the DCA for most of my buys because every day we're making these lower lows. But every day I'm getting a cheaper price. I just have to keep scalping and trading and like making as much money as I can to buy the dips that I want to buy while I have the opportunity to do this buy. If I could time travel, and if I went back in time, I could still take a minimum wage job at a grocery store, buy some decent dips on cryptos, and still become a millionaire. Any of you guys could do that if you could time travel. So, if you can't time travel, what do you do now? Same strategy. And get a job or trade, take profits, put it into different projects that you think can explode. Just put it on your MetaMask, Mike S. You can store it on your MetaMask. Just copy your address, send a little bit to make sure it goes through. You're going to have to pay a small gas fee on Ethereum or in that HETs, and then it's better than risking it. But the thing about HETs and Richard Hart, he was very obnoxious, so people thought he was a scammer from his behavior. But when you look at the wallets and stuff, the original address wallet did not sell the HETs. Yeah, HETS has gone down every week. We're making these lower lows on HETS. But eventually, when that turns around, we'll be doing nothing but making higher highs as well, Oliver. But if you're only incentivized to buy things at the tops, Bitcoin's near top for you get that green candle. No, it's not sad. So here's the thing about my lifestyle, Oliver. I don't need a lot of money to live either. My lifestyle is very cheap. So this is all extra money. I'm just trading with extra money that I can afford to lose. But the same people that did not buy HETS at the bottoms here, when we go back up to 15 cents range, they're going to be the first people texting me if they should buy. Same thing happened with Doge. Same thing happened with Doge. You guys gave me fucking hell when I gave you that 21.45 cents target before the weekly was overbought. You guys gave me hell. And then you were some of the first people to ask me to buy when we went up to 15 cents because you weren't in position. And I put it as a TradingView idea as well. We can play that on YouTube. Some of you guys that were bearish at the bottom thinking Doge was going to go under a penny didn't want to buy at 5 cents, 7 cents, but let's just play that. This was my Doge could break out to at least 21.45 on a weekly time frame. We passed this goal, came up a little bit higher, and then started coming down. But what was the price of Doge here? Doge was at 6.29. Doge was at 6.29. RSI was coming back up, making its way back up on a daily. MACD was starting to get a little bit more bullish momentum. We had this TradingView target of 17 cents that we surpassed, but let's hit play. Let's see how this worked. Okay, we started getting some more buys. Now people had the FOMO in at 9.5 cents. Oh, got some more buys. Boom. We broke the 21.45 target that I called. How long did it take? It took from September 16th, 2023 all the way to March 28th. So September until March. So September, October, November, December, January, February, March. It took 7 months. 7 months for Doge price to go up 300%. And some of you guys cannot even wait the 7 months. And then that's where we started getting the major rejections, 21.45. Nobody left a comment on here. A lot of people gave me hell. And they said that I would not make any money on Doge. And those same people that didn't want to buy Doge under 7 were the first people to buy it above 20. So salute to those motherfuckers that bought the top of our bags because they refused to buy the bottom. The same thing will happen again with other cryptos. They will buy the tops because they will only psychologically go after green and they will not touch the red. They are the exit liquidity. You guys want to look at that thing? Boom. I put it in the chat. Save it. It's a great play. It was a great play. It already played out. Going from under 7 cents to 21.45 for Doge was a very good play. You do that once every year, a play like that, you're set. You're fucking set. But also the same people that were bullish on Bitcoin at 70K, I don't know what they're doing now, but at 70K, if they would have went long, they only had a few days, a few opportunities of taking profit before the $10,000 dip, which is why I mentioned they're picking up change in front of a train. Chase right. It's very possible, Chase. If there's low liquidity and it bleeds down, it's very possible. But we have these old streams. We can, like, this is YouTube Live. We can just replay streams. And this stuff is saved. You guys make clips. I make clips. Everybody make clips. 12 hours, 14 hours saved. Let's go back to 70K. Let's go back just a few days ago. Doge is still. So this was on 70K Bitcoin. We topped out about 71,000 something for our last high, and then started coming down. And I was asking different retail investors, would they go long at 70K? Let's play through and hear what they say. Still trading around 19. We still didn't break that local top that we made above that 20 cents range either. But I'd be more bullish on Doge than Bitcoin near tops like this. Is there anybody here that would be willing to go long on Bitcoin right now on this very small dip at 70,000?
Yep.
What would be your take profit if you went long at 70,000?
82.
Okay. This is the trading zone that even the most seasoned trader is going to get wrecked on by charts, because the fundamentals are going to come in the way. The charts are there for like the bear side, short side, but the fundamentals are going to get in the way here. There's going to be people with more money than us moving the price down and making so much money shorting MicroStrategy here. It's going to be wild. They're going to play their games that we haven't seen since GameStop. It's going to be bigger than a GameStop as well. I might buy some MicroStrategy if it goes under $1. Who knows? Who knows? We'll see. Might put like $10 in there if it goes under 100. If it goes under $1. So BJ said she would go along with the target of 82K. Would you have a stop loss on that trade, or just use a smaller amount?
Probably small amount, but I would definitely, let's see. I would have parameters set up ahead of time and know when I would need to adjust. But right now, I would definitely take a risk for at least 72.
Guys, this was the other day. This was when I was asking people if they would go long at 70K. Let's look at the price now. Price is 61,000 now. So if you would have went long at 70K, you only had a very small window of taking profits. I mentioned over here, people are going to start shorting MicroStrategy hard. A MicroStrategy was 1935 here in the stream. Look over today, MicroStrategy closed at 1,185. Almost $700 lower. And it did drop over 700 because we did wick down here as well. 1136. So MicroStrategy went down over $700 from this as well. So let's keep playing. Let's see if anybody else said they would go long at 70K.
Oh shoot, just a minute.
Man, it already dropped over $300 since you said that, so it's very hard. People will get stop lost easy.
Hey, can you turn the volume up a little bit? It's kind of low.
Okay, well.
Yeah, so you have to use a smaller amount. You can't use a big amount with the stop loss. You have to just use small amounts for this stuff. Because if your stop loss is not $300, is it going to be like $1,000? That's going to be a big loss. I don't see the YouTube chat in here for this. I don't see the YouTube live chat on this because it was a clip. When you clip it, it doesn't clip the live chat, unfortunately. But let's skip through a little bit. Let's look near the end there. But when those exchanges that people have traded on start seeing 10,000 Bitcoin, it starts to add up. And this is us looking at the end here. Like, I got the orange blocks rolling in for Bitcoin, got the red block for MicroStrategy. Everyone that went long at 70K, they are underwater at this moment in time. And they've been underwater from the moment they entered that position. Yes, fast forward. And if people kept their 70K position, price is already down under 62,000 here. So let's go back. Let's see how this plays out at the end of this clip here for Bitcoin. If you look at the chart here, when we get all these longs, we'll be under 66K. 66K is a way better dip than the $2,000 dip from the top.
I feel like just from watching that pullback, though, we would have got a better entry price at like 69.3 or 4 if we were just trying to catch this bounce.
There's a problem about 69.3, 69.4. You see where 69.3, 69.4 are going to be at? The bottom of these liquidations. Look at that. Oh no, you said 69. My bad. 69 is even worse. 67K is the bottom of these liquidations and up 1.6%. But when we come back down in a few more of these candles, you're break even.
Yeah, but for the leverages we've been talking about, which I assume are the 100 pluses, that would be a good net.
Yes, that would have been a good one. So you saw there also, like, people were able to do a short-term scalp as well. Not if they went at 70K, but if they went like a little bit lower, they could have got a short-term scalp. But ultimately, when price dropped over 10,000 from those entries, you can say that was very dangerous. Very dangerous. So that's why we had the biggest number of liquidations on the after this as well, because people kept trying to do those micro scalps near tops, and that weekly RSI wasn't ready yet. But is there anybody in Discord at that time that actually took a long during that time and was able to get out without getting liquidated or stop lost? Not many people, because I remember after that price bled down really hard. Found some support closer to 66, then went up, and then after it ranged around 67, that 67K down to 60,900 was very fast. The chart was just bleeding down.
Is that from this Saturday when Iran was bombing Israel?
Yes, but I don't think that's why it dropped. It's just coincidence. They wanted to have a news event when they were dropping it to make it seem like that's the reason why. Basically, they could have been pulling liquidity and selling at the same time to make the price bleed. Or this, and Grayscale was selling a lot too.
I understand that that dip was already in the charts before the event happens, but like you said, they use that event to cause panic, which then exponentially causes more panic and more selling. So yes, indirectly, the news does affect selling.
No, the news, the Iran thing had nothing to do with it, because if you look at the exact number of Bitcoin that Grayscale sold, it's the same number on these charts with added liquidations, because when they were selling down, they caused longs to be liquidated.
I was watching it in a 5-minute chart, and I argued with somebody else about this. It literally posted on Reuters the minute within the 5 minutes it dumped.
Yeah, it's they wanted to try to link it to something. They were trying to find something, but the news already was public way before the dump happened. And I told you guys, this is going to make me look like a terrorist or something. I told you guys we would have bad news on that day. And I told you guys that we were going to drop $6,000 on that day before it happened. But I told you a few days before, 2 days before, that we're going to get bad news on that day. Let's see. Too many messages up here. Oh, look at what these Hexicans were doing. That's very funny. The Richard Hart movie.
I mean, that's when I saw your post, man. That's why I sat at my desk. I did not want to be there. I wanted to be out doing stuff outside. So that's how I got into Doge when it bottomed out from that big drop. I think you focus too much on the people that don't listen to you, and you don't give credit for the people that do listen to you.
Oh, the people that do, they don't need to. I don't need to give them any credit. Their portfolios is credit.
I don't mean credit personally, but I mean, like, I think there's more people that listen to you than don't, and you focus on the people that don't.
I want to give credit to also people that share the TA charts and news and stuff that comes out. That's very helpful, especially if I'm busy. I can look. But I had to do this internship at the NSA or something. I don't know. But this 412 day one stock bear market, I mentioned that this was the day one of the stock bear market when the SPY was 512. We're under 510 now. And I mentioned we had a good run from COVID 2020 lows. Legacy is starting to transition from bull to bear market. And that's traditionally when you transition from bull to bear, you're going to risk off mode. That's why I saw gold pumping. And then on day thing down here on the 13th. So this was day one on the 12th. On day 13th, I said today is day 52 of crypto bear market. Liquidation for Bitcoin would be horrible today. Do not over leverage. And I literally had like 9 people message me they over leveraged and liquidated. And I told them a drop to 61K is possible from liquidations. And we all have access to the same data. The liquidation, we all had this chart. Price was at 67K. And all it did was bleed down $6,000. And boom, it bounced from that $6,000 drop. So the best way you could have played that, and you get news like this from somebody, the best way you do it, you can set your low buy limit down there at 61K. So if you fill the buy limit at 61K and it bounces, boom, easy profit. The worst way you can play this is trying to micro scout before it goes down $6,000 drop. That's the worst way you can play it. But it's good you were at your desk and watching out for the bottom and getting the bottom.
Well, everyone was saying there was going to be some black swan event or some shit. I mean, look, there was the terrorist shit in Moscow with the week before.
Why didn't that make Bitcoin drop?
I don't know. I didn't look at the chart. I just remember being at my desk and literally Reuters flashed, which I'm not saying that's like the epitome of news, and then I watched Bitcoin start to flutter up and down 200, just flutter back and forth. I'm like, oh, here we go. And sure enough, bam, big red candle. Like you said, could be coincidence.
The Iran thing's coincidence. Look at the timing. These liquidations were happening already before. Like, we already had the blocks there before. On Grayscale, they already had it in their plan that they were going to sell, take profits up there. That was already in there before. The problem is when big firms like Grayscale sell, because they bought so much, they can't sell too much without price dropping 10, 20% easily. So they're not even done selling. And we only had that one day $6,000 drop. We'll be under 40,000 by the time Grayscale is done selling and getting out of that Bitcoin position. And here's a funny thing. All those ETFs that bought the Bitcoin and pushed it up and provided that extra USDT liquidity, US dollar liquidity, when Grayscale sold their Bitcoin, they were draining that USDT, USD liquidity. And Grayscale is not going to buy it back relatively soon. These guys are more long term. They're moving. They're putting money into altcoins, other projects, dude. That liquidity is going to take a long time to go back from the grayscale back into the liquidity for Bitcoin up here. They're going to wait at least under 40,000 before they even put a lot of liquidity back in Bitcoin. The other people like Michael Saylor, the ETFs, they may put more down here at these dips, but not grayscale. So when you calculate that they had over 200, 300,000 Bitcoin and they were selling it, and they didn't even sell all of it yet, and we only had a big $6,000 drop up there, $10,000 from recent highs, over $13,000 drop from the top, and they're not done. Imagine how much lower by the time they're done if they want to liquidate these positions while they're slowing it down as well. That Iran-Israel news, in my opinion, from the charts and from the timing, did not affect the Bitcoin price. It was predominantly grayscale selling, and their sells kept pushing your price lower. And they tried to walk it down, but they couldn't walk it down even without liquidating positions down to $60,900. So they tried walking it down, but they couldn't do it without the price pushing too far. And why couldn't they walk it down? Because ETFs and people stopped buying, so that liquidity got dried up fast. I taught you guys about liquidity on Tame Token. It was a very good lesson. Some of you guys got to participate as market maker and stuff and learned a good lesson. Some of you guys made a lot of money from it. Some of you guys did not make money from it. But the lesson about liquidity in crypto is very important, because I'm telling you now, maybe one day there's going to be a fucking exchange. It looks like a lot of liquidity. They're going to pull it all so that traders, when they sell and buy, price is very volatile, liquidate both longs and shorts at the same time within a 50% range. Which is why I love my $0 liquidation strategy, because I will not be vulnerable to those liquidations. I think Bitcoin's going to go back into the red range soon. So if you look up here earlier, like, pretty good take profits in this red zone. If you were late to taking profits on Bitcoin, if you were late and we had this bounce, and then in this red zone was a good area taking profits, because then we bleed down, people get in the green zone, buy. So this is decent range for now, up before the halving, but we have 3 days before the halving, so it gets riskier and riskier. Nobody really knows what's going to happen leading up to the halving when it comes to retail traders. Smart money may know. They may know when they're going to sell.
You got a candidate in chat who's contesting your Iran dip.
The Iran attack wasn't the cause for the dip, 12 MPG. Let me explain something to you, very simple. If Grayscale never sold any Bitcoin that day, and Iran still attacked Israel, the price would not have bled down that hard. The big factor was Grayscale selling thousands of Bitcoin. And there's not enough liquidity for them to walk it down, so the price bled down hard. It's very simple. If you want to believe the news, and if you want to find reason for it, go ahead. But that news wasn't like an Elon tweet. Look at the timing as well. If things get really serious in Israel, what do you think really is going to happen to the price of Bitcoin? If Israel really thinks they're going to be destroyed completely, what's to stop their leader from taking all the cash they have, buying up Bitcoin so that they can transport Bitcoin? Because I guarantee you, it's very fucking hard to load a helicopter or airplane full of cash and try to fly away with the cash and the people. Very easy to fly away with the Bitcoin wallets and people, though.
I want to know what Grayscale was doing selling on a Saturday when they could have easily sold during the week.
Well, they may be connected to people that are also shorting MicroStrategy. How do you hedge your bet? If you know you're going to sell, and if you know Grayscale is going to sell, we know that they were going to sell. We already saw the data. What's the play? They short MicroStrategy on the Friday. They short it all week long, and then on the weekend they dump Bitcoin to a price where it's very hard for Michael Saylor to get money to borrow. If you're loaning Michael Saylor money to buy Bitcoin and you know he's prone to buy the tops, and we just dropped by $10,000, and his stock just drops by 35%, are you really gonna be able to justify to your bank or whoever that you're gonna lend him more money? Hell no. So do they get a free short and a free win against Michael Saylor and MicroStrategy? You bet. And is it a hedge against their Bitcoin position that they're already trying to sell? Yes. They're making off like bandits. Honestly, Grayscale will go down in history as some of the best Bitcoin traders there are. By the time this is done and linked to everybody and all the people involved, Grayscale made fucking bank. We don't know if Grayscale are the people shorting MicroStrategy, but you can look at the big funds shorting MicroStrategy, and some of those funds are holding Grayscale. Michael Saylor looked like the biggest winner in the news a few weeks ago on CNBC. Just a few weeks later, he's one of the biggest losers in cryptos. But it's not his money. It's shareholder money. For the most part. But the shareholders are not holding a portion of the Bitcoin. If that Bitcoin gets sent to another wallet address and nobody knows the seed phrase, or if that Bitcoin disappears, what are shareholders going to do? Are people like me going to buy MicroStrategy under $1 for a meme? Hang it up on our walls? Hang out beside a red block above 1900? Maybe. But here's the thing about Doge. Doge is further from all-time high than Bitcoin. Who here is more bullish on Doge than Bitcoin?
I am for sure.
These guys could take the money, sell their Bitcoin equipment, sell their Bitcoin, buy Doge and start mining Doge, and make off like bandits as well. It's very simple. Doge has historically outperformed Bitcoin time and time again when you start measuring out those longer time frames.
But dude, if Bitcoin breaks structure and starts going into permanent bear territory for the rest of the year, I have a hard time people are going to be investing in crypto in general.
No, the liquidity is going to spread around. This happened before. Bitcoin was not the first cryptocurrency. We're not even trading those first cryptocurrencies. Liquidity moved around. When there's a Dogecoin ETF, when there's big funds like Ets.com, or if Elon starts a crypto exchange or does the Doge wallets on Ets.com, because Ets is going to be an everything app, dude, Doge will fucking run. You're going to be late to the party.
Well, I mean, I keep buying dips, so I'm trying, but like, I'm just saying, like, it's bleeding with Bitcoin right now.
I put in announcements. We're going to break 50 cents by the end of the year. Elon will be done by the end of the year with the Doge payments on Twitter. The Doge for Teslas by end of year. He said soon. So easily by the end of the year. Doge will break that 50 cents resistance at least one time by the end of the year. I got to go through. I got to make that 50 cents chart. So how would you hedge if you're more bullish on Doge than Bitcoin? Could you do a Bitcoin short and a Dogecoin long at about the same time? Is that one way you could hedge on cross margin? It's possible. It's very possible.
I mean, I would have to personally watch the dominance chart, see where it's going before I did that. But yeah, that's fun when that happens, actually.
Yeah, but the dominance chart will not matter if there's a ets.com, Doge payment, Doge wallet.
That's true.
None of the technicals we use will matter at that point, and this has happened.
You know
time
as
and
well
time
as I
again.
do, man. When Doge goes up like that and it's pretty to watch, man, it dumps just as hard.
But sometimes it holds for a while. It holds for days sometimes. Chase Wright said, "How long are you staying on with this team? Hopefully not too much longer." Some people say they like the 1 second chart. I know some of you guys like the 1 second, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I know your psychology out there, YouTube. You don't like the 1 second overall. You guys are gonna make some mistakes with that 1 second chart. I already know from reading the YouTube chat, and then I already know. But the 1 second, if you have another monitor, I watch the 1 second, and the thing I watch about the 1 second is the volume spikes. If you see any big volume spike, that can kind of be like an indicator of getting in or getting out. So maybe if you're watching the 1 second, don't even look at the candle pattern. Don't worry about green-red. Just look at the green-red volume candle. And maybe that's what I should have done. Just put the volume on 1 second, because those candles are going to fuck you up. Even though the other day when I first put Doge on the 1 second chart and I did that dumb Dogecoin chant, we went up over 4%. And watching it go up, keep going up for like over 20 minutes was pretty rad. But overall, that 1 second chart will fuck you guys up trading. I already know. I don't know if it makes you like addicted to looking at charts a little bit closer, or make you guys more impulsive, or try to microscope at bad levels. But overall, many of you guys are not ready for that 1 second chart. You don't know how to use it the right way as a tool. If that 1 second chart was already making you feel anxiety or discomfort, you're not ready. Ooh. Anybody from the 70K gang on today want to talk about how high I think Bitcoin can go before the halving or during the halving? Crypto mining stocks took a big hit. Yes, you can, Allison Walker, just using USDT on the TRC20 network. It's only 11:20. It feels much later. I had a very busy day. Feels much later. TRC20 network. It's the Tron network, Allison Walker. You're going to see TRC20 or TRX, but it will have the letters TRC20. So Doge will break that 50 cents by the end of the year, in my opinion, Chase Wright. If Elon does everything on time. Sometimes he's very late, but other times he's very impeccable, depending on the projects. But I think we'll break 50 cents by end of year. So if we go back down under 10 cents range and add dollar cost average more on Doge and then take profits at 50 cents, I could be looking at, if I can get a dollar cost average around 7.5 cents, that would be ideal for me. So if we go from 50 down to 7.5, and I could look at over 500% return by end of year on a Doge play if we bleed down hard enough. Even though I think we could be 50 cents by end of year, I want the price to drop at least by half before I really dollar cost average hard. And I'm only saying that because there's other crypto projects I can invest in during that time. And we're not all the way oversold on weekly or daily. But after the halving, if miners start transitioning hard to Doge and price starts running, it will mean that I will have to dollar cost average higher and get less gains, which I'm not a fan of. So I may miss out on the opportunity altogether and do another crypto. Elon's been active on Twitter lately, though. Look at this. This is a 1 second chart on HETS. We have very little volume. I can make more volume if I buy, sell, but I don't want to sell. I don't want to mess up my green buys, showing my buys down there. So if there's like buy, sell, that would be cool. I'm doing copy trade on Fairdesk still. I'm trying to get 100,000 by end of the year on that portfolio. Started with 5,000. I put a link in the chat for you guys copy trade if you want to look it out. I can load it up real quick. Let's see. How many followers do I have now? 109 copiers out of 150. My 90-day P&L is over $48,000. I think the new 90 days started, so it's missing out some of my trades. Because this copier is over 11,000, so the new 90 days already rolled out. I wish they had like a lifetime. I'm gonna recommend them put a lifetime button over here beside 90 to see all of the trades. But it only goes up 90 days and it restarts. But it's been good so far. It's been really good so far, considering starting with 5,000. Okay, Ethereum finally broke 30.27. It might get in my face over here. I might have to move the camera a little bit. My Dogecoin long on the demo trading down here was over $1 million loss, but it started going back up as Dogecoin went up. I got to check on that average entry because I used a lot of demo money on there. I'm only down 3,400%. Look at this. Look at the position. It's like $4.5 million position. You guys, how much money in your demo accounts right now on METC? Anybody get over $5 million, $10 million yet from the 50,000 starting? It's pretty cool turning a demo account from 50,000 to 10 mil. I recommend you try that for a while if you're not really good at trading futures. Probably anywhere from 20% to 50% crypto ape on that multiplier. Doge is 15 cents, so I'm probably gonna go lay down, relax a little bit. Does anybody have any questions while you have me here? We have 187 people watching right now. I'm gonna ask them to put a lifetime button. That'd be good. You gotta be careful who you copy on copy trade. Dude, you gotta be fucking careful. I don't know if I put this in memes or general. Let me check real quick. Oh yeah, look at this. I'm not trying to throw somebody under the bus. Look at this. Oh yeah, you guys worshiping Tupac. You didn't know who Tupac really was. He was a ballerina. He went to school for ballerina. He was an actor pretending to be a gangster. But look at this guy on copy trade. Big Pro lost over 100,000. Every trade he kept doing 25 times. You got to be careful with copy trade. You got to be careful copying me. Also, what if I make a typo one day? That could be brutal. I'm a human. I can make errors. So only put money you're willing to lose. Tame token trading tomorrow, Mr. White Films. Tame token Thursday. If you want to see that Tame token chart, I can pop it up real quick as well. I'll pop it up for you guys real quick. Dogecoin above 15 cents here. This is a Tame token chart right here. What do you think about this chart pattern? from these green blocks, Tame token's up pretty good amount. Still up over 500% from this green block. It's actually up a little bit from this green block by about 33%. From this green block down here, it's up about 798%. From this green block, it's up about 177%. But we went up over 523% over here. You can look at the recent buys, recent sells as well on Debt Screener. But tomorrow, Tame Token Thursday, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. That's when we're going to be doing some Tame Token live, talking about the token, doing some trading, looking at chart patterns, looking at traders. So I put that in there for you guys, the link to the Tame token on Debt Screener if you want to look at it. But this is a token that mostly I've been giving out away for free for the Discord for the rewards. But a lot of you guys, you don't know who people really are until they die. Their secrets will come out after they die. You only know me from what you see on the YouTube. You don't really see much outside of the YouTube. Could be a completely different animal. I don't burn the supply for Tame tokens, Chase Wright. I don't like the idea of burning. I think it's a little bit messy. I don't think the token needs to be inflationary or deflationary to have utility and for people to use it or to have liquidity. I think burning is like the lazy way. People just mint a bunch of tokens and burn it, some of the supply to make it artificially go down. Imagine if the US government burned dollars to reduce supply. That would be horrible. That would be devastating. People will go to the bank to withdraw cash and the bank will not have enough cash to give them on the withdrawals. That will happen next week for some banks in America, by the way. You're not going to... Banks don't have enough liquidity for you to withdraw all your cash right now. Hank Solomon says, Tame, sell all your Bitcoin now. We need a drop. I'm literally not holding that much Bitcoin, Hank Solomon. The only Bitcoin I'm holding right now is a Bitcoin that I was too lazy to sell and too busy to access the wallet. I don't want to transfer it to exchange or anything to sell. The practical low for Doge is about 7.5 cents galactic. Based off of liquidations bleeding down, low liquidity. I think about 7.5, it's a pretty decent low dollar cost average. It could slip down lower, but 7.5 is a decent dollar cost average. If you're looking for a liquidation price for your Doge, if you're doing cross margin, get as close as possible to 0. If you're doing isolated, make your position staggered between that 9 cents down to 5 cents liquidations. Big Daddy Elon says, what up, Homo sapiens? That struck a thought in my mind when that YouTube viewer named Daddy Elon Musk, Big Daddy Elon, said that. We are fucked. You guys have so many opinions about trading, so many emotions. The artificial intelligence trading companies are going to dominate us. They're going to dominate liquidity. They see the charts moving very slow like this. No. Fuck no. Fuck no. We're going to have 1 billion times more volume. When all the AI companies start trading against each other, have war, we're going to have 1 billion times more volume on these charts. What we're looking at here is nothing. This is super low volume. Once the fucking AI come in trading, make their own coins and shit, doing their own projects, holy fuck. We're going to have volume that we cannot even keep up with. Butthead says, Tame, I think you were right about what Elon said about taking a break. Yeah. So, I met Butthead in person. I told him my theory about Elon taking a break. And I told the Discord, you guys knew about this Elon break. Come on. It is actually very funny. Where did I put that? God. It was a self-fulfilling fucking prophecy. Let's see. Fuck. I'm gonna have to go to my Twitter to get the thing. God, where did I put it? Did I put it in memes? I need a better documentation. I'm just gonna hire an assistant for this stuff. Because part of it, I want to trade for making money, but also I want to do it for tracking history. Oh, you guys want to see some comedy? You guys want to see some comedy? Look in the Discord right here. Look at this comedy. Look at this Solana meme I made. Look at this. I made the Bitcoin bear be born. I went to fucking build a bear. I got a birth certificate and everything. Look at this shit. 15 inches, 8 ounces. Full name Bitcoin. March 8th. March 8th, 2024. Oh, the Bitcoin bear was born March 8th. Got the fucking birth certificate. That's what I'm talking about. I really cannot find it. I think I put it in announcements. This was very important. But I'm always posting a lot and tagging you guys and a lot of stuff. I'm sure there's people out there that already have me muted because they don't like it when I tag them. But sometimes I tag you so you can look at your chart and prepare. Oh, here goes a decent green candle for hats. Someone bought 128,000. I mean, if you would have bought 128,000 hats at 10 cents, that's about $12,000 versus now. Was that like $128 now? Yeah, the fortune cookie as well. Fuck. I cannot find this. People tell me that it's not related to Doge or anything, but it became the self-fulfilling prophecy. I really... This is wild. Okay, I have to go back a little bit more. Well, this is one of them. Yeah, thank you for tagging me on Twitter. I'll pop it up on YouTube. But this is one of the Elon tweets. Elon tweeted this on March 25th. Found this in my fortune cookie tonight. Take a vacation. You will have unexpected gains. And this was on March 25th. And you go over here and you go to the Dogecoin chart and you go to the daily and you look at March 25th right here. The price was around 17 cents. So at March 25th, we ultimately went up about 38% after that and then came down hard. But that's not the tweet I'm looking for. That's not the tweet I'm looking for. I'm going to get it real quick though. God. Let me go back to Twitter real quick. That is so weird.
Hey, Tim.
Hey, what's up?
Do you think you can influence the people at WeX to change their UI?
Possibly, if it's a good enough suggestion.
Right, yeah, because on MEXC, it shows you when you enter your stop loss, if you have the position size set, it'll show you the amount you'll lose if your stop loss is hit. And it doesn't do that on WeX, which is it's a pretty helpful feature on MEXC. So
If you send me that picture and a screenshot, I'll just forward it straight to them.
okay, it's Ryzen.
Send me a message on Screenbot or tametheark, whichever one, and then I will forward it to them. Your suggestion.
All right, thanks, Tim.
This is so weird. I know I have a screenshot of this. I put it. But this was a while back as well, after Dogecoin ripped up. It'll look better if I can get the actual Elon tweet, but I also know I took a screenshot as well. Oh, man. Let me, my Twitter just has so many things. Oh, boy. I wonder how far Doge price will be before I even find this tweet. I will say, though, that all this information that we've had, generally for the majority of it, it was public information that we had the same access to. We saw all the signs. Just some of us interpret the data differently on if Bitcoin was going to drop or fall above 70,000. And then, yeah, where did I put this? Okay. There we go. Found it. All right, come to the Discord here. This was the Elon tweet. Elon tweeted this. He says, I'm taking a break from ETS. I'll be back in around 15 minutes, maybe 10. And I tweeted, ironically, Doge supports are 15 cents and 10 cents if Elon lets off for a little before Easter. So we actually fell under 15 cents. We actually found a little bit of support closer to the 13 to 14 cents range after this tweet that came out by Elon Musk. So it could have been a cryptic tweet, but man, it fucking played out very well. After that tweet, if you would have sold all your Doge and then do buy limits around 15 cents down to 10 cents, stagger them, a lot of your orders would have filled. The orders at 15 cents, 14 cents, 13 cents range would have filled. Notice how I had that maybe 10 cents in there. So did you send it to me already?
Half of it.
That's fine. Whatever you send to me, I'll pass over to them and try to get the developers working on this as soon as possible as well, if they're able to do this, which you make a good suggestion. I think that they will be able to. Are you sending it to Screenbot or tametheark?
Screenbot.
Okay, so I'll send it from Screenbot to Tame the Ark and then pass it that way.
All right.
METC should show liquidation price and amount that will be lost. So I'm just gonna let me see if I open this in browser, which browser it opens on. So in that screenshot, like short liquidation price, long liquidation price, and the order confirmation window.
Well, that screenshot's just it's my bad for not showing the whole window, but it's the entire window. It shows the chart as well. But I just screenshotted the part on the right where you enter your position size and stop loss and whatnot.
Yeah, I see. I mean, they do have the liquidation price in the order window confirmation screen, but stop loss. That's, I mean, if your stop loss doesn't hit, you're probably gonna get liquidated. Like in that scenario, if your stop loss doesn't hit, there's too much sell pressure, you're gonna get liquidated.
Yeah.
So you want them to show the long liquidation price and short liquidation price, like METC and the when you're setting
As well as the amount that you would lose if your stop loss got hit. So it's easier to set your position size.
like the amount of margin you're gonna lose.
The amount you will lose if the stop loss is hit. So the total.
So amount of margin you'll lose. Actually, that's hard to calculate. So let me tell you why you cannot calculate how much money you're gonna lose if your stop loss hits. Because when your stop loss hit, it's gonna place a market order, and when you do that market order, like your losses could be bigger. So it doesn't really know. Like no platform will tell you how much money you're gonna make from a market sell also, because you don't know. It goes from a market order, so that's actually not something that can be programmed in.
But MEXC has it.
Well, that's just showing your liquidation price.
No, where it says in the screenshot that I sent you, where it says estimated P&L and it says -89. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but that estimated P&L is going to be wrong. It's going to be wrong every time.
Well, it's a good estimate. It's not exactly, but something to go off of. It's easier than typing it in the calculator yourself.
Yeah, I know. I mean, the estimated P&L, but they need to have a eye and a button where you click it that shows that if it hits your stop loss, it can be a market sell as well. Does Wheats have a way to create a favorite list? I think if you just let me double check this real quick. If you're using on the app or the computer, like if you're on Futures Pro and you click crypto. Let me see real quick. It might look different on the computer. I just use it on the app right now. And I'll make that suggestion for the watch list. So I'm in my let me do Doge for this. Or I'll do Bitcoin. I'll do alarm limit. I'll just say $50. And I'll do my stop loss at I didn't want to do this, but I will. So you said that that's not in there, right? Ah, shit. Futures. I'll be right back in a few minutes. Okay, I'm back. I passed the suggestions. They're gonna do the watch list, which is good. It's already on regular futures. They're gonna put it on Futures Pro, but in terms of that take profit stop loss, I was looking at take profit stop loss. I didn't open another position, but they have the take profit stop loss, but they don't have the calculations down there that I see. If you can take a screenshot of your take profit stop loss from your fair desk, if you're gonna add one, send it to me and I'll look over it real quick too. Not fair desk, but Wheats.
Weeks. Yeah, I don't have any margin in weeks.
Oh, you sent me a fair desk screenshot. I was talking to the Wheats development team.
Yeah, that's what I want. I was just showing another example in Fairdesk. But yeah, weeks. I wanna go to weeks. So
Yeah.
I'm just assuming it's not gonna have that either because I really only saw it on MXC.
You sent me a screenshot of Fairdesk. Does Fairdesk show liquidation price in the window for you on the order confirmation? No.
No, yeah.
Yeah, I've been telling them. I told them like that's the biggest thing that they need. That's like the biggest development that they need.
I don't understand why they don't already know that.
But they already passed it to the dev team over there. But for the watch list and stuff on Wheats, they already told me that they're moving it. They're going to add one to Futures Pro. A lot of the features that are on regular futures are getting transitioned in Futures Pro as well as they roll out and get more liquidity and get more trading. They're constantly updating the app.
What's the difference between Futures and Futures Pro?
Futures Pro has more of the meme coins and stuff on it that Futures doesn't have. Futures more like Bitcoin, Doge. Sorry, not Doge, but Bitcoin, Ethereum.
Do you foresee in the future that same scenario that happened with MEXC, KYC is going to happen on WeX, whatever we call it, weeks?
Maybe down the road, long term, if they get too much transaction.
Yeah, it seems like Fairdesk is the only like safe place for the U.S. people. Well, for now, at least.
I gotta change my Discord settings, so that I can get DMs from people that are not my friends. Forgot how to do that. But for now, like, I mean, it took Matt C over 4 years almost from the beginning.
Hey, Kane, can I send XRP to Fairdesk or how does it work?
So you can send XRP to most platforms. Make sure you're doing the memo as well. You have to do the address and the memo. Send a little bit for your first transfer to make sure.
Yeah, I see the deposit, but it says USDT or ERC20 stuff. I don't see XRP anywhere.
So, are you using the app or the desktop?
I'm on a desktop right now.
No. So when you click that deposit button, it's gonna have a list of currencies. At first, yeah, you see that USDT, but click where it says USDT and then scroll down, you'll see XRP right there. You can deposit a lot of coins. But click where it says USDT and then go from there.
All right, I see. I'm gonna send a little bit, see how it works.
Yeah, you need that address and a memo. Maybe it's under privacy and safety. What? Do not filter direct messages. All right. It should work. You have to turn. I feel like laying down though, taking a little bit of a break. I don't think that's a bot. Nah, he wanted me to do a Bitcoin crash chat.
So how do I follow you on Fairdesk and do all that shit?
So I'll send you a link. We can send screenshots back and forth to make sure you get the right settings. There is 100 USDT minimum balance.
Yeah, that's fine.
Can you message Screenbots? I'm up here at the top of the Discord with my live. Or who's speaking right now?
It's George, 65.
I'll try to find you. It's a little bit hard to see names on here. Yeah, I can't see your names. That's a problem when I'm streaming.
I got the chicken icon there.
I see the letter G, so I'm going to hit you. Sign up on that link to get the VIP on Fairdesk, and then after that, when you have your funds over and your funds in the future part, I will... You can click copy me after you have 100 USDT in there, and then we're going to get on your copy settings. Did I make the copy trade channel on Discord? No, I just posted it in announcements. So I'm going to go to announcements and click copy trade. And I'm going to put the screenshot as well. The best setting though that I found is going to be multiplier or just do a fixed margin with the amount you're willing to lose. Like if you're willing to lose $100 per trade, just do a fixed margin 100. I wouldn't do more than 1,000 for fixed margin though. That's opening up your risk. And don't adjust the leverage. Leave leverage, like copy the trader.
So I already signed up before you sent me this link. What should I do? Should I sign up under a different name?
Yeah, because if you don't have that link, you don't get the VIP status. That's the thing. And you're not going to be in the giveaways and stuff that they have. Like every week, they've been giving like $100 randomly to one of the people.
Because I just deposited $20 to see if it went to that account, and it did.
Okay, cool. If you really need to, you can make a second account and fund it. It didn't take you long to fund it, right? But here's the thing. You can't withdraw for 24 hours after you set up the two-factor authentication. So, set up your two-factor authentication when you first make your account as well. In case you have to emergency withdraw sometime. So, set up that two-factor so that 24-hour period goes by fast.
All right, I'll just create another account and put the money in that, and I'll under your link.
I sent you a screenshot of the copy trade settings that work out pretty well, where some people just do $50 up to $100 for the fixed amount.
Yep, I see it. All right, I'll do it, and if you go to bed, I'll just hit you up next time I talk to you.
Okay. I'm here for a little bit if you still want to try setting that up. But there should not be a rush. I'm not going to open, I'm going to go lay down. I'm not going to open another copy trade tonight, probably. more than likely I won't open one.
All right, no worries.
But I wanted to make sure I got you those settings sent to you. We're hitting an area of resistance again for Bitcoin. So let me remind you guys, Bitcoin is out of the green zone. What? My green zone gone. What the fuck? Oh, I have drawings off. Oh, fuck. That threw me for a loop. It didn't even make it to the red zone this time before we started getting the resistance. Eventually, we'll be at 40,000. Like, if you haven't taken anything along the way here, know that we will eventually get 40,000 before that weekly RSI is completely oversold. Does this cross or isolated? Isolated. Let's do another Doge. Oh, I realize why.
So it's asking me to get verified. Is that the right step?
Yes, like verify your email and stuff.
It says nationality, documents, all that stuff.
You don't have to do that.
So is there a way of you seeing if I'm following you now or from a VIP or?
No, you'll know when you're following me. You have to. So you sign up on the VIP. Now you're gonna go to the after. Did you sign up on the VIP?
I believe I did under another email. Yeah.
So I'm gonna send you the link for the my profile. And I'll send you my link as well. My copy trader link. You actually have to go there and then click copy. Like you actually put your margin and stuff in there. So I sent you the link there for my copy trader page. I have 109 copiers at the moment. And then you can start copying from that page after you have the copier settings and then set that up.
The settings, I do it under your page, right?
Right. After you copy me on there. Oh shit. Did you find the copy page and start getting where you can set up your copy settings?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I just sent you a picture like what it's showing me.
I'm checking it out. So if you look at my settings, yeah, you do isolated. Copy all contracts is fine. For leverage, follow the trader. Yep, follow mode, you can do your fixed amount and then you can put how much margin you're willing to lose per trade. And then put it on copy with best effort. Make sure you have market open in case the price just goes parabolic after it opens sometimes. I don't use take profit stop loss for this part because ideally your stop loss is the most you're willing to lose per copy trade.
Okay, so once I fill those in, just hit the copy and I'm good to go. So do I have to sell the XRP or convert it somehow to USDT before I transfer it over?
Oh, I was muted. Where are you sending the money from? You could just do USDT as well. And that would save you a lot of time.
Well, I'm transferring XRP from my Uphold.
Oh, okay. You could transfer like XRP for USDT in the spot trading.
All right, the 20 bucks came through, so I'm just going to transfer more over and then do that.
I think it's called convert on their page on Fairdesk. But Fairdesk is mostly a futures platform. But if you go to the at the top where it says more, and then you can click on spot when you're in spot trading, you can trade over there, like sell the XRP for USDT.
All right, thanks.
You're welcome. This 1 second chart on HETS really illustrates how little liquidity we have. Is this under replies? I posted like Twitter has this thing where you can get jobs now. Like you can post for jobs and stuff. I'll show you guys what it's like. So if you go up here to Twitter, they have this thing where you can, at the top, you can search for jobs and by keyword and location. I tried to do a search for this type of job. I didn't find any on there. It said no jobs. So maybe they're going to update more of these jobs on Twitter. Who knows? Sometimes you gotta troll Mr. Elon Musk. I'll put that tweet in the chat if you guys want to make some jokes about it.
All right, I think I'm all set, Tame.
You got it figured out? You're copying now?
I copied you. I put the money in, so good luck to us.
How much did you put margin per trade?
Oh, I put $500 in for everything, so should I adjust that?
You put 500 for everything? Send me a screenshot. Send me a screenshot because I want to double check real quick. Make sure you send it back to the Screenbot account that you sent it to earlier so I can double check. Hats on this 1 second charts. When liquidity is added back and there's a big buys coming in, this 1 second chart is going to go crazy.
How the hell do I go to that page with the settings again? It's just taking me to the main page where it shows what money I have in.
Stop copying me and then look at the settings again. Are you willing to risk $500 every trade?
No, I thought it was how much I was going to put in total. That's why I put in 500.
No, you put 500, but what did you put for the margin beside the word fixed amount?
500.
Yeah, that's not like, even if I go on a trade with $50, you would open that same trade with 500.
All right, whatever.
It could work out good for you if like those first few trades are bangers. But if there's a trade where I have to take a 50% loss, you're gonna lose like $250.
That's all right. I got faith in you.
All right. So go ahead and do your two-factor authentication and stuff so that when you do want to withdraw, that 24-hour period is up. That's just setting up your Google Authenticator and stuff.
Is that under the API management tab?
No. Just go to your profile, go security. On the top right, click your profile picture beside the word assets. Click security. And then at the top there, you see Google Authenticator and email. You can set that up there.
Okay, I see it.
Yeah, do that because when you go to withdraw. Oh, boy. Oh, I'm VIP level 3. Make me higher VIP. What? I'm level 3. God. Level 4. Put me VIP level 9. So it's good you figured it out. Glad I could help you. Tomorrow, remember. Oh, fuck. No, it's good. Tame Token Thursday, 8:30 p.m.
Okay, that's done too.
I'll send out those Tame Token rewards tomorrow after the tomorrow Tame Token trading as well. Just in case we do some YouTube giveaways or Discord giveaways during that time as well. So I can send everything all together.
One more question, Sam. So when you do a trade, do I get a notification on my app that you're in the trade or anything?
Yeah. So you'll be able to check the trades, like your current trades, to see what you're in. And you might get a pop-up email as well.